All right, happy Tuesday. Here we go. Going to be working on some tests. Test, test, test. I would like to work on data plane for a bit. Let's see what's happening. Test DB sync of stream errors with not found. Lots of stuff going on. Probably from all three logs. Let's limit this. Scanning. Database does not exist. Downloading. Okay. So what does this test do? Can I not search for that symbol? Let's see. Can't. I think it's in here. Let's see. What does this test do? Oh, and where are my tunes? Ha, it's kind of up upbeat jazz, like it's happy jazz. Okay. Out of date client DB. This test will simulate the server and the client both having the same database, with the client slightly out of date. Okay, hence the context. When the client tries to stream, the changes the server will return a not found error. You know what I want to do first? Before I get too deep into this and have too many buffers open, let's pull in the latest Helix. Oh, there. Let's see. You guys look at something else for a moment. Yeah, all right, made it. Okay. So we did a git fetch. Do we want a specific tag? Git tag. So we're on 2407. What is it? Dash L. Is that the latest? Surprising. 12 hours ago. Looks like it is. Wonder what's gone in lately. Milestones. Let's see. One open. Next. Load line support. Let's help him out by running the absolute latest version. Yeah, I like Helix. Good morning, Foxbit. Is that how we say it? Let's give that a bit of a restart. What did I change in here? Oh, there. Okay, that's better. Latest and greatest version. We want. Is that this one? If there are changes. No. Not found. Now, where do we go with this? Because we start by looking at what the error is. Panicked. Context 253. Here's data plane context 253. 53. 253. We'll get there. Still warming up. Stream database updates event. You know what I would like? Oh, this is interesting. Expected stream database updates event. So it receives something else. Oh, there it is. Let's bubble this up. Where's this used? This is in context. The context is our test context. It's our helper object for running the tests. Why? Oh, I see. It returns a sender of a result. Let's have it return a result. Just because I want this to bubble up. I want the error. So if we receive anything else, I kind of like IO errors for generic stuff. Let's see. Could we do... We cannot. Oh, wait. We can. There we go. Supplied one generic argument. What's going on here? Takes two, but only one was supplied. Oh, did I put this in the wrong place? Oh, I did. Wow. Okay. Let's bump that down a level. Standard error. Oh. Mm. Cool. All right. Bright overflow. Just want something. This is what I want. Is there like a dark mode for this? There is a from, hence the into implementation. Yeah, I've seen that before. Oh, it has to be on string itself. Fine. We can do that. Oops. Close the wrong thing. Let's see, do I want auto pairs on? I don't think I do. I should finally turn that off in Helix. It must be known in this at this point. Hmm. Oh, type annotations needed, multiple impulse satisfying this. Found in the following crates. Alec core. Do we have both imported? No, it just wants to know which one. Oh, fancy. Well, what does it suggest? Or maybe. Look, it has a from on a stir. Oh. Yeah. Okay. You can error from a cow. Let's try that again. VGLC. Too many of those. Okay, that works. Server event. We want this to bubble up. Oh, is it an option? It is an option. I feel like this is the wrong thing. We should be using okay or else. There we go. All right. So if it's none, we convert that into box. Let's practice this dime standard error. was not a server event. Looks like we got this code from somewhere else. Assert stream database updates event. Assert code. Let's see. The code should skip the sync and skip to the Steam stream. I'm going to leave that one for now. What did we break here? Toss an unwrap on there. Any more errors? Okay. See, I also want these tests to make me not chase them. So in these utility functions, I've started to return a boxed error just so that they can bubble up. Because it's async code, we can't kind of attribute it to the test function. There we go. 12, 1, 2, 3, 4. Wow. Okay, good. Back where we were. And our error says expected stream database updates event. But what did we find? Give us a little bit more, will you? What did we receive? Received other. There we go. Received fetch database. Oh, with our little pretty version. Let's just give it the regular. Maybe it will have fewer new lines. There we go. Received fetch database. Hmm. Assert database stream event, get databases event, databases info event. Guess we could chase this down. So we received stream event, get databases event. This is what our client is basically causing in our test server. And our client connects to the test server. The test server says, you know what? We received this call, this gRPC call. Then we received this one, followed by a databases info event. And then a fetch database event when we should have received a stream database event. Oh, interesting. So, data proto, this one. It's the difference between these two, I believe. Fetch database. Yeah, we received a fetch database. We should have received a stream database updates event. Why? Okay. Got the context. Where are we going from there? Let's look at run. So, for whatever reason, it's falling into this instead of this. Let's go look. All right. So when we run the sync manager, what's going on here? We have, oh, this is definitely the wrong run function. Sync databases. So we run the databases stream. We sync the databases. We come into sync databases. We loop. And we call sync database forever. Okay. Now, the first two events we already passed. Right? Basically, the bit where we're streaming a database and then the information about which databases there are. So we ask for a stream of events that tell us if a database has been added or removed, and then we ask for all the databases. Once we get all the databases, we come into this function and we check to see if we have it locally. For this one, because it's out of sync, we do have it locally. So we're coming into the else case here. We ask for information about the database. Okay, that's expected. Get DB. Oh, this is getting the starting checksum. So what this represents here is we're building up a request. We're going to say, are we, give us the range of data from the server to update this. If the database checksums are identical, no, they are not identical. We need to do a sync. So I come in here, stream database updates. And that's not what we're getting. Or is it? That's what we're expecting. Stream database updates, but we received fetch database. Where would we have received fetch database? Okay, we have some logging going on. Let's take a look. Database does not exist. Downloading. What? I thought these were slightly out of sync. There's your problem. We're expecting it to exist. Interesting that. Oh, that's server test and server client. Okay. So is the issue with our out of date, out of date client DB? Oh, unused implementer of future. This isn't being awaited. When did that change? If we're not awaiting that feature that's copying the data from one folder to the next, copies server DB to the client. And this is what we're doing to make an out of date client. Basically, create a server context with a database, copy it to the client. This is all in our test code. And then we mutate the server database. So the client is out of date. Okay, it passed. Six passed. Nice. Now, before we get too far away from data plane, I want to go into context and you know, I'll let my future self deal with it for now. Data plane's done. Well, it's not done, but for now. Oh, and thank you for the follow. Nayan Pasa. We are going into data archive. Probably lib. That's a good starting place. We have a broken test here. Which one takes forever? This one? This is what we have in progress. Let's make sure we get this. We are testing broken unit tests. Okay. Now, where did this fail? Replicate. Line 448. Test fetch database request. Happy path. We make it all the way to the bottom. Oh, because this is where we actually make the check, isn't it? What does this test do? Request fetch database. So we have the database. Well, we're getting a stream for the response. We're supposed to be collecting those, collecting the information. And then we check the page count. We're expecting a certain amount, but we got a different amount. So we're not coming through this loop, which means that request, goodness, come on, means that request fetch database is not sending us the information we want. Oh, look, it's all commented out. Surprise. Okay. Now we had broken this into multiple pieces. The transaction ID and total DB pages for our database checksum. So we basically look this up. Fetch, what was that? Fetch database request. So we decompose the request into its pieces. We ask archive for the get database info at checksum request. I think we might need to test these at some point. Get database at, let's see, info at checksum. Construct the key. Call get. Send the response. Okay. This is so thin. Basically, all it's doing is constructing a key. The key, let's see, also has a type associated with it, so it should only ever return that type. I think we could get rid of some code. I like the description. Let's rename this. Database info at checksum key. How many places call this? Let's leave it. Okay, so we get that information. Log anything loudly that we need to. So in the event that it doesn't exist, we have to create one of 4 errors. Why is this the only one that's returning? They are all returning tonic. Tonic error, tonic status. Okay. So in the event that there's an error, it doesn't exist, we try to figure out why it doesn't exist. Is it because the checksum was not there? Is it because the database had been deleted? Why? 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 Okay. Then we get down to this point. So once we have the information at the checksum, a scan for the page that is equal to, or oh wait, this is wrong now. Let's update our docs. That is pretty much just a copy from our docs. Oh, wrong one. We want data archive readme. These documents are, there should be a 0 there. You all saw that before me, right? Good. Okay. So the way this works is that we need to find a bunch of database pages and send them to the client. Okay. The client has a checksum, but we have transaction IDs. So the checksum needs to be mapped to a transaction ID. And what we end up doing is we'll do this lookup, right, to get this transaction ID. But a transaction kind of signifies a point in time in the chronology of a database. Okay, imagine the write-ahead log for SQLite. A transaction is a point in that. Well, not all pages are going to be part of that transaction. So we have to find, for let's say, a page that wasn't part of the transaction, what the transaction ID was. Like, what was the latest transaction ID for that page? So these transaction IDs start with an epoch, right? Number of seconds since 1970, followed by the salt, which is an incrementing value in SQLite, followed by the iChange value, which is also increments. What does iChange do? Let's see. I made some notes on this. Yeah, to counter that increases with each transaction. So we can tell where in the database something is because we have those 3 incrementing things. The time, the wall log version, basically, which wall log are we in, and then the iChange value. So everything increases with a change. So we put this value here in basically its inverse form. So we fill these pieces of data out from the end going to the front. And so we have this data reversed in order to make this lookup quick. Okay. So we'll do a range looking for one item for, let's say, page number 5, right, at, transaction ID, max -1. It'll find something. Then we look up this information, which just has the page data. So given the transaction ID that we find in the key and the checksum, because we'll need that in the response, we get this key. We can construct this key and get that info, send it back. So it's kind of a 3-step process, right? Get the transaction ID, look up all the pages, which is why we want number of pages. Look up each page, get the data for each page. That's what we're doing. Reminding you as much as I'm reminding myself. As I do these streams like first thing in the morning. Oh. All right. Still waking up. All right, scan for the page that is equal. How do I want to create a new cursor. Just go straight down. How do I do that in Helix? I want to create a new cursor without, let's see, multiple cursors within a line. Oh my goodness. Well, that's bright. Collapse? No. No, can't get off that page. Well, just wanted to untab them. Okay. So first, look for the transaction ID. Check some key data. Oh, we were deconstructing that information. This is the response, basically the content that was here. No. Yeah, here, transaction ID and number of pages. That's here. Did I close that? Here. Oh, it's in replicate. I cannot find. Checksum. All right, import it. So we have the number of pages. We have the transaction ID. We will create a Tokyo task for each one of these. We do this by cloning archive. And then we find the most recent page for that transaction. Use of moved value shard. Yeah. And DB name. That comes off of fetch database request. Yeah. So we'll need our own copy of that for each one. Shard, DB name. Going to send all my little workers off with their own copy of the data. All right. Let's look at the implementation of find most recent page to transaction. That's right. We were going to write some tests for this. And then I went on this extravaganza of making request types and all that. Okay. What does this do? Find the most recent transaction date for the given pages. For the given page. Using reverse for transaction ID. Great. So we reverse it. Search key. Use a reverse transaction ID. Good. And I struggle with this. Okay. So I remember range here. Right? At this point for range, where R is a vector of U8, I tried to do this with a slice of bytes, right? A slice of U8s. But I wasn't able to figure out the lifetimes for it. So ended up just cloning it. Technically this information in here is backed by just an array. So we're actually taking something off the stack, tossing it on the heap in order to put it into a range, which not great. I would prefer to just either give it a copy of this or, I don't know, give it a reference into it. It would be nice to figure that out. Mm. Just thinking through it again. Maybe I missed something before. So we have our range bounds. Dr. Periodicom, thank you. Thank you for the follow. Fascinating. Okay. So what could we do here? Let's just have our experiment range experiment. No. If we wanted, what does range bounds actually need from the type within it? Okay, if it's size, it needs a start bound. That returns a bound. So does it need some way to get it bound? Here's just where T is maybe sized. So we have included X. Okay. We have bound. Range to, range from, range. Let's look at the docs on this. So I feel like I've missed something. It's an enum, an endpoint of arranging keys. Standard ops range. Okay. Where index implements partial order. Oh, do we just need to implement partial order? That's pretty easy. Anything else? Double-ended iterator. Okay, so it's implemented for a number of things. Okay. Um, Lost my place. I thought we were looking at range, but then we went to look at something else. Exact size. Yep. Nope, it is range. Not to copy. Okay. Yeah, that is a range. But this is only implementing partial order for range, where things where the type inside is partial order. I don't think that's a requirement. Like, we could, I believe, create a range out of search key dot search key. Right now, it's there. It's just not used. Okay, thank you for the follow. So if our search key can be turned into a range already, right? We can't actually give this foo because, well, if you give it to foo experiment. Oh, I thought I did have range experiment expr. Yeah, it's there. Oh, did I not save it? There we go. Okay. I'm running a little bit low on water. Gonna go grab some more real quick. Let's see. I'll sail back at 7:35 a.m. Okay. All right. Let's see. I'll All right, we're back. There's the music. Where were we? We were doing a range experiment. All right. The trait bound, range bound UA. Okay. We give this. Let's say this is some type K, where K impulse what? See, I know our keys. Our keys are really byte sequences, right? So we don't have to. We're representing them as vectors of U8, but they start out as arrays. We're just stuffing bytes into arrays. I think the max size we figured for any of our keys was like 680 bytes. So we have range experiment, range keys. But I want DB keys. Let's look that up. So we impl basically two different trait, one trait. We have these two. This one, so that we could operate our get and, sorry, our get and set on the DB. This DB key. Let's just add a constraint here where K impls as DB key. All right. We know it's not implemented for the two types that are implementing this. But here, how does it know it can compare them? That's what's getting me about this range bounds bit. Subtrait range bounds. And this is imbold. Think on these guys here. What is yeet? From residual yeet. Oh, this is okay. That's something else. It's in standard ops. So we have these range from, range full, inclusive to, and inclusive. The only thing that's required is that a range bound is maybe sized, or the type within is maybe sized. Not that it can be compared versus the other one. Here, maybe it does need partial OR. Oh, that's just the same type, or T partial OR U. Okay, yeah. So it looks like it just needs simple partial OR. Can we implement partial OR for all those things? Of course. Impl T. Not all trait items are implemented. Missing. Yes, yes, of course. Implement missing. Partial common pair. So in this case, we want self and other. A equals self dot as db key. Let B equals self dot as db key. And then compare those two. Slices of U8s. So we need to return ordering. Can we just do A? No, partial. Isn't it enough to say that it's for the type itself? Why is it upset about this? Type parameter T must be used as a type parameter for some local type. Implementing a foreign trait is only. Oh. Uh, it says only for my types. What is this? The orphan rule? There must be a way. We could have our own type here. Right? Some wrapper type, something really simple. Oh, RNG, no. It's just, oh, we're not using other. Maybe that's the problem? No filled short type. Can't compare x of t. Partial equal is not implemented. Does partial order require partial equal? It does. Okay. See, so we get around the orphan rule by creating our own little type here, which we can implement. Which we no longer need. We wouldn't need that. The trait bound TSDB key is not satisfied. Oh, yeah, here. There. Let's rename that to something else real quick. Here's our range experiment. It doesn't know about it. Oh, because it's not public. Where'd it go? DB keys. Not to initialize a tuple which contains private fields. Okay. So now we have our foo range. Right? If we wanted this foo range experiment is oddly happy about this. It doesn't know about AOU yet. Now it's just not implemented for the other types. Now, how do we do this without a little wrapper type? I got it. I got it. We could have something that derefs to something that can do this. So we could use deref. What else? So outside of deref, I am partly confused why this did not work for. I'm just going to copy paste this here. For T, we're limiting T, the partial ordinal of T, to types that are ours. Let's go look at the orphan rule again. Well, hello, Rust. Better. Too dark. Let's go navy. No, don't like. All right. Let's see. Specifying placeholder types. In chapter 10, in the implementing it, okay, we mentioned the orphan rule. We're only allowed to implement a trait on a type if either trait or type are local to our crate. Oh, okay. We can do that then by having our own type trait. Sorry, our own trait. Let's say pub trait db key, and that's it. But db key requires partial ord and partial equal. And as db key. So we do that. And then so we'll impl db key for T. No, sorry. We'll impl partial ord. Interesting. So we could mark a bunch of our types with this, but we can't impl this foreign. We would have to impl this on each one of our types. I thought I did this earlier. We implemented something for all of our types that impled something. Where was that? That was in db keys? Is it not in here? See, we have this db value. No, we implemented for vector. Okay. Here. Oh, this is our type, our trait for all types that are tagged. Yeah, no, that's not going to work. Okay, back to the docs. It's possible to get around using the new type pattern, which is what ASDF was. Okay. This is the new type pattern. This is our ASDF. Wrapper's a new type. Yes, that's the downside I'm trying to work around. Then we get into deref. Okay. All right. I'm not satisfied with that. Maybe we could dry up some of our functionality using something like dbkey. Oh, and Andres, I didn't say thank you for the follow. And Burukan. Oh, I think I said. Anyhow, thank you again. Let's see, what could we do? Because some of our keys, okay, leaving that mess there for a moment, they have the same sort of pattern, right? They have data, they have length. They write a bunch of data into them. Wow. They have some utility functions. I wonder if, because that's the data I really want to get at for these ranges. And that's what SDB key implements. Hey, Chandu. Uh, I did 600 plus streams. Yes, that's true. Doing this for 4 years. Let's just say it kept me busy during COVID. And I've learned to Rust through this. As you can see, I'm still learning Rust. Um, Happy Tuesday. All right, where is our AOU? Let's come back to that. This seems to be the closest we can get. So we could, let's say, get rid of that. Get rid of those. Rename AOU as DB key. There's DB key. Okay, so we have that. Let's get rid of that. Ooh, oh, I have an idea. Okay. So instead of as DB key, let's have like a into DB key. And DB key, copy, clone, debug. What's Ranchita? Thank you for the sub. SQLite replication is sick. Take my prime. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And welcome. So, if you haven't seen the architecture, oh, sorry. Wow, why is this in white mode? Whatever. It's supposed to be dark. Did I forget to hit something today? Dark mode. Oh, there we go. It's a little better. Um, so this is our application. Well, rather our application stack. Right? The idea is it's easier to kind of make an analogy. Imagine fly.io, right? They have a proxy, they have places for you to, upload your applications using Docker, etc. So imagine this, and that we have a proxy. Our proxy interacts with what we call data plane. A data plane manages databases on the machine and replicates them from one machine to the next. And it works with a VFS plugin in SQLite and SQLite is what our application would use. So imagine this sort of replication. It would be similar to fly.io with LiteFS, except we're using a VFS, and this will be much faster. And because we're not using a fuse-based file system, we can do a lot more. So the idea is that we could run, I don't know, lots of applications at minimal cost and make hosting like that a commodity. So what if instead of as DB key, we had into DB key? Should probably not have this right here. Let's put this kind of at the top here. Oh, there's our traits into DB value. Interesting. Where does that get used? Oh, the value type. Yeah. Put our traits up at the top. Do I have a GitHub page? I don't at the moment. Well, I do, but not for this project. Is this for the Terso project or just personal? This is just personal. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks for the question. The chosen none. Yeah, my GitHub page is github.com. I think I'm just Halsey over there. I also have a source hub page, which is just Halsey as well. Okay. Let's add a new one. Let's say pub trait into db key, because we want to create these things. Let's have a function. It's kind of, we'll take self and return db key. No. Oh, wait. We want that as the return type, yes. We could have a default impl. So we'll start there. DB key needs a generic type. Does it though? Oh, Whisper Cheetah. Have fun studying, bud. This is kind of my study. It's like my mental gymnastics. Rust early in the morning. Get you ready for the day. So we have DB key. Does this need to be as DB key? I don't think it does. I do not like that. Size of value still cannot be known at compile time. Doesn't have a size known. Um, self is sized. Can we not do that here? Okay. Well, it doesn't really matter. There we go. So it's potentially sized there. Regardless, though, we have partial or partial equal for db key. And this is only for items that impl as db key. Okay, I think that works. Can we impl? So now we need to impl into db key for the types that we care about. I don't really like these two. This one makes sense. Into db key makes sense. As db key. I don't like that. Eventually, we'll get to the point where I like the code. I feel so negative today. Let's be more positive. This code has a lot going for it. We'll get there. We'll get there. All right, let's import this for our DB keys, like this one. A state key. Database info key. Why are we not just doing macro rules for this? All right. Macro rules. Impl into DB key. I want our type name. What do we call it? It's whatever the macro bits here. So we want database scan key, info key. We should get an error saying it's done this twice. No rules expected the token database scan key. Yeah, this. I'll try to match name. Let's look at macro rules again. Where's our types? Ident. Do I want ident? TY. We want TY. And we're missing the dollar sign. If we have like PHP flashbacks whenever you do this. Conflicting implementations. Perfect. All right. So we have database scan key. Let's get rid of that. What are the types that we have in this file? Database state key, info key. Let's do those two. Age data key, transaction ID key. I think we're missing one. Should be 5. Good. Scan state info. Info at checksum. Yeah, that's all of them. No. I don't know if you saw, but there was some other sort of duplication. We have these, but not slog value. I think those will leave. But as db key, we could do the same thing for this. Because it's the same thing over and over and over again. Let's grab an example. Impl as db key. Oops, missed a bit. And we need the associated type. Oops. That means we need to impl that. Database state. That was database state for database scan key. Impl. All right. So now just finding those values. So database state key gets database state. Right. Database info key gets database info. Database info at checksum key gets checksum key data. Database transaction ID key gets transaction ID key data. And database page data key gets vector view 8. Good. So much less code now. That's nice. Leave the rest. Right. Now, where were we using these? It's in replicate. That's right. We were using, we were looking at a range experiment. Okay. Because I just didn't like how this was coming together. Like with our little pieces like this. No, no. So here we can say into DB key, and then we get a DB key. I know it's kind of simple, but I like it. Then we have foo range, foo range. Can go to there. Hmm. One more. Okay. Let's finish it with range experiment. I'm kind of liking how it's coming together. We have this where K is not K as a DB key. K is a DB. We do need that. Okay. Oops. Where'd it go? Here it is. Does it matter? Can we just say where it's DB key? No. Because we have to pass in some sort. We have to qualify the trait, don't we? Otherwise, we don't get these here. Okay. Let's comment this one out. Now we have to implement this for the two types that we have. Yank that. Let's go into sled. Range. What did I do there? Did I hit page down or something? The trait bound DB key as ref U8 is not specified. Not satisfied. We could do that. I wonder if that would be sufficient. Let's go look at DB key for a minute. Hey, Rudy Shoes. Is that Rust? It is Rust. Happy Tuesday. Simple as ref. What was the... I find it mentally stimulating. Well, good luck with your own language. Let's see, impl as ref. For DB key. I think we might need to qualify that T there. Or constrain it. At this point, this is essentially as DB key. If we did this, and there's our range. Wow. Okay. I like it. So we have many different kinds of DB keys. They all impl. I feel like they should all impl as ref, and they should not impl as DB key. The other thing I'm using as DB key for, though, is this associated value. Because this piece right there ensures that the type coming out of the database is exactly the one that we expect. The real Enrico Palazzo. How you doing? You can finally watch the stream, not in flashbang mode. We could update that if you want. Well, you know what did it? I found Copilot to be very distracting, and Um, then somebody yesterday, goodness, who was it yesterday? Let me scroll up. Um, oh, I don't have the log from yesterday. Um, mentioned, just that I used to use Helix or some other editor or stream in dark mode or something. They just casually asked, what's sparked the change? And I explained the bit about wanting to understand the tools coming out, wanting to understand Copilot and the AI bits and how they impact coding. And after my multi-month exploration, I turned it off because every time it autocompletes, it interrupts me. It's like somebody coming over and saying like, "Hey, I have a question," right? And or just here's some code you should use, and you have to evaluate it. You have to look at it and say, "Okay, no, it has issues." I did toggle it off, but I just never toggled it back on. And at that point, I realized that I was still using Zed. And Zed's a great editor. I like Zed. I was still using Zed because, well, because I just had never left it. The reason I started to use it no longer existed. And so here we are. We're in Helix again, in a terminal. Our beloved little warm cursors. We have our ligatures, and it's all beautiful and awesome. It does have, wait, Capuchin? All right. Now watch your eyes. We're gonna open Zed just to look at what that is. Let me see if I can open it off screen and change. Nope. All right. I don't. Oh, it's a plugin, isn't it? Now, I'm not against Zed and dark mode in Zed. In fact, I'll probably go back to using I don't know, Tmux or whatever the heck I was using before. What was I using before? Um, yeah, I just like Helix, the way that the key bindings work. And now I have to retrain myself again. So that's where I kind of ended up. So, however, if we look at this, hmm, so I have these into DV value. I have this here. I wonder if I could create this association a different way, maybe without a function, or we could have some other trait represent this. Shift P and Capuchin Mocha theme. Ah, well, I like my Challenger Deep theme. I wonder if it's probably my own attempt. Oh well, I'm gonna stick here for a bit. All right. I think we should implement asref for our types. So that's basically what we did with asDB key, right? So let's take that, toss it somewhere else. Um, our impl as DB key, we no longer need, let's see, gotta start these guys here. That last one doesn't really match the pattern. Let's rename this to, instead of impl as DB key, we'll do impl as ref. As ref U8 slice. I don't know. Goes away. What was the body of asref? Oh, okay. Now, that leaves us with this other issue. We no longer have all of these associations for the type to the value. So we need something else to represent that. Into DB key, fine. As DB key, I don't think we need that anymore. Maybe like a, what would be a good name for it? Oh, cappuccino mocha is similar to this Helix one. So the theme I use has this page here. Very specific set of colors that I like. I use it with, let's see, Westterm, Alacrity, used to use it there. Going back here, we need this association. Oh, trait, boo. And all it does is that it just has an associated type. Let's call this DB, let's see. I don't know. Key value, let's see, DB key value type. It's the value type for the DB key. Oh, We not. Oh, did I? I needed to leave that, didn't we? Hmm. Oops. Like that. Let's undo a little. Leave that. That goes away. Now we import this for each of these types. db key value type, which is also a type. The value is impl. It's just called value type. All right. Now we've just broken everything. Like everything. Yeah. This trait has no implementations. Really? Not these up here? Has db key. Oh no, we swapped that out for Azref U8, didn't we? But these are constrained. That's right. Because we need as db key. Self.0. Wait, isn't this already implemented? Oh, no, no, no. This is for db key, which is the outer wrapper. Okay. So we have as db key, partial equal. Love it. Okay. Let's go through this file. Just take a peek into db value. That's fine. I think everything down here is just fine. We just have the impl for the structure, the slog bits. Neither the wrong. You prefer it light. Well, when I'm out in the sun, probably see something like that. This file has no issues. Let's see. Is this sled? Yeah. So now we have DB key. You know what? We should look at data archive, storage mod. So I have DB key. Can we just swap this out? Where's that used? It's used in the return type. Okay, we'll leave it. Compare and swap. And this is where we were looking at DB key. So in this case, range is impl. We don't even need that on there. Let's go back to sled. Azref U8 is not satisfied. Trait bound Azref U8 is not satisfied. The trait Azref U8 is not implemented for K. Wasn't that the whole point? Where K is required by bound for range. I'm not following that. Right, K Azref is not satisfied. Ali Reza, thank you for the follow. So we have that. The trait Azref U8 is not implemented for K. Why does it need to be implemented for K? Because of that, required by a bound in this. Okay, so the future sled storage range. So where is it? Constraining it here. We have DB key. DB key implements that as ref U8. If T implements it. So we pass that through. K is as ref U8. And that's our bounds are like the same. Is this not the same as the library? Sometimes that gets me. Like there's some bizarre error. Okay, we have KR self range option, impl future, output, result, vec. It was a KV pair, error send. It's fine. Where? Oh. Well, that's why. K. Okay, so our trait did not have it. Let's go to TiKV. Import DB key. If I could only get to it. Somehow we made it back to sled. Okay, there we go. What does convert range do? Do we even need that? Oh, interesting. Oh, it's into a bound range. And a convert range. Yeah, okay. At this point, it ends up needing owned data. See, I don't think TiKV key actually supports ASREF keys. There's no U8 in here. There is from either a borrowed vector of U8s or a vector of U8s. So we end up having to make it owned at that point. We'll leave that. Well, I like that better now. Yes. So set and get. This is these have the constraints for our value types. And this is now DB value, no, DB key value type. Okay. And also where K, can we just say it's a DB key at this point? Do we accept anything else? I guess we do. We might want something a little bit more generic. And we need slog. Okay. Hmm. Oh, there was a. Okay. Yep. Hmm. No, we'll unwrap that there. That's okay. I like that. So you can set something as long as the key can ASREF 8 much better than before. It also has to be something that has DB key value type, which we could also implement for our DB key. Pass that through. Let's get this one now. So there's our value type. Now we also need, where K is ASREF. Nice. So we can set something based on a key and a value. The trait on the key ensures that you could only use a certain type of value when calling set. So let's say we said unit. This should error out. Expected database state found unit. So we don't even have to give it a reference, do we? Oh, it does want reference. Does it need to be a reference? It's just something that can be used as a reference. Yeah, but it ends up moving. Oh, interesting that the trait DB key value type is implemented for. Hmm. DB keys are copyable, although it's probably more expensive than just having a reference. Let's undo what I just did. I kind of wanted. Let, let's go back to our mod. Where's our mod? Mod data archive storage mod. Okay. Oh, it was in KV, wasn't it? KV. Okay. Well, what happened here? Mismatched types. Oops. Now, one thing that I think we should probably have is so we can pull. Where is it? Oh, the value type. This information. Missing value type. Yes, I know. I was trying to get it to autocomplete that. It doesn't want to. What was it? Value type? Does this work? My syntax was off. That's why it didn't fill it in for me. Tim to Truth, thank you for the follow. Okay, now let's go back to where was it here? If we passed that in, let's say we didn't want to give it a reference. Consider borrowing here. Well, because here, say it's a reference. And when we do this into db value, oh no, not that. Here as ref. No, that's clean too. Well, references, fine. There it is. Okay. All right, so in this file, we have as db key all over the place. Let's see, it's unused. Fine. Range experiment not found. Oh, wait, we actually need to see that. Um, it's unbounded. Okay. Good. Because it's a DB key, we can't log it easily. Um, let's just impl that. We do need a type parameter on here. This, we would require that the inner type also implemented. That fixed those errors. So we can pass that through. I want to take a look at the rest of the file real quick. We do have some errors in here. Set. We're now taking U8, asref U8. Does this need to be for all lifetimes? I don't think it does. No, okay. A little bit of a code review. So forget, call asref on that. Database state. Value is passed in. Just double check. Yes. Some pass throughs. Okay. Set database page. We get a key. We're not using a range here. Database transaction ID key. We want batch delete to look like. Could this just take items that implement as ref U8s? Trait bound as ref U8 does not satisfy the trait. It's not implemented for K. It's implemented for a vector. It's the same error. Did we not save all of the files? Should have been mod. As ref U8 is stored. All right. Let's look at the compiler output. Here we go. The trait required by bound sled storage batch delete. Yeah, that's our trait. Batch delete has that on it. Required here. Required by this bound. Okay, asref U8. Did ask. see. IK keys future put error. Oh goodness, I missed the brackets. Oh, wow, wow. All right, and TiKV is okay with that. Sled is also okay with that. Good. I think we're developing an interface we like. Window close. There we go. Where to? Lib. So we have batch delete. Mismatch type. Oh, because these are all different types now. Into DB key. Now they're the same kind. Of course, they're still the wrong type. Stu.asref. Now it's the wrong thing. Doesn't live long enough. Yada yada. At this point, this is just cleaning up an error. If we had to allocate for this, doesn't really matter. Does it happen that often? This isn't the fast path. Is there a? This is also kind of like the exercise time. So, is there a way to do this though? Batch delete. Taking something of an iterator for a certain type. We could. It just needs to be an iterator, right? An iterator that returns something that's as ref u8. It seems like we could have like a collection. We would have to box them though. And at that point, it's kind of the same thing. This allocation. Now, do we need to create these again? They're created up here. Checksum key, db checksum key. Oh, all right. That works for me. Oh, wait. We were going through the okay. Get databases. Range start. Ah, here we go. Oh, and this one is interesting. So when we get the databases, we want the range of like all of the databases. So what we end up doing is looking for all of these. So we create a range of this, right? That's what the search key is. But it actually goes from there to there. So all of the databases are actually included in that range. That's kind of what it looks like. We have our range key, our start and end. Then we have our database key entries. So we would return each one of these inside of this range. We were using some little bit twiddling here in order to do that. Database scan key. Where is this ever used? Okay. It's implementation and then an import. And only here in get databases. Maybe this should just be a range. Why do all of this here? We should just say, oh, this is the range. So it doesn't do very much. We do log it. Okay. So what would we need to implement on it in order to do this? We want range bounds. Let's see if we can do that here. Start and end bound. Oh, is that all we need? Well, start's easy. End, we've got the code already written. It's basically these guys. We need to know the length of it still. Yes. I want to go from included to excluded. Actually, want this twice, don't we? Okay. For this, we might actually remove that impl. So we have start data and end data. Now, when we create one of these, though, we need to copy that and change this. So we have start data, shard end, fine, length, data length. Let end data equals same thing, U8. And I think there's something we could have used. We saw this a day or two ago, probably yesterday, because goodness, I streamed for 7 hours yesterday. Very unusual for me. Where are we going? We're going to standard.rs, and we want mem copy from slice. If T does not implement copy, use clone from slice. All right, so we just need copy from slice. Great. This is mutable. Start data. but we need to modify this. Um, so after we do that, we need to set the end range. Was end data length -1. And that equals same thing. Actually, we just set it to 1. This one to be excluded. I find type T here. What is T? T is this is a slice of U8s. Change the output to match the trait. There we go. So now we have range bounds for database scan key. Something else is broken in here. Probably our, let's put that there. Probably our dimple here. Yeah, we can't do this anymore. Does this even make sense to do into DB key for this? Just wraps it into DB key. I don't think it does. It's a range. Perusium. Oh, thank you. I appreciate the compliment. Yeah, this is my morning streaming voice. The kind of AM radio announcer voice. Once I get inside with the kids, I go up an octave. Just because they can't hear me otherwise. That and I have to relax to do this. So we have database scan key. Okay. I think we're all right not having this in here. All right. So now we have our range. We can get rid of all of these. That goes away as well. It needs to be, it wants it to be a DB key. It has RFU8s. Oh no, here. I think we can just do that. That does mean that sled and TiKV have to update. Also for sled. Okay. So sled has been updated there. Good. Trying to stay on top of the warnings. Required by an implicit size. What does this mean? There we go. Read the docs on maybe sized again. Okay. So sized types with a constant size known at compile time. So we can remove the bound if it's not appropriate. Okay. So if we do not need something that has a size known at compile time because we're only using a reference, maybe. Set maybe size there. And with sled. Interesting. And this one needs it. Oh, that's unfortunate. Yeah, this one's not async. And this is our test code. Leave that for a moment. Where is this an issue? Oh, the trait sized is not implemented for. Did I got this range wrong. The range apparently should be like so. But then our bounds are a little weird. Change the output type to match the trait. How do they implement range bounds for slice? Divided methods. This is strange. Yeah. Impl item signature doesn't match trait. Okay. Or not. I was thinking maybe we have some type here. Like so, we pass that in here. That's the type. But that doesn't work. Right? Expected one of, oh, because now we have to return whatever that T is. And we don't really have that. It's incompatible. A bound of type T. Found signature bound of U8. So this is what I really want. We could just copy the data into it. Just say, hey, here's an array. Trying to avoid a vector. We could do that. Then we just take that. We have start and end. Expected right angle. Really? Where? Oh, we need semicolons. Wow. That fixes it. Sorry, getting some text messages. That looks good. Get databases. All right, so we got our pair. Range. Our prefix length is gone because we need to trim that off. Let's just call it prefix length. We should probably rename that. Let's rename this to range prefix length. We parse that off. Then what? Everything works. Okay, then here we are, back in our find most recent page transaction. It's anything that can srfuate. And I like that. Looks good. What is still broken? Okay, that goes away. Happily. Ah, we should be able to just pass the key. Really? Ah, well, we should change these too. Get, delete, these should do srfuates. Okay, that broke everything. Lovely. Size for value of type K cannot be known at compile time. Yes, didn't we remove that? Does that work? Did we get past a certain... Capture value. Okay, let's take a look. I want to see what the rest of the error message is. Hmm. All right. This is TiKV. What does it want? Oh, it wants owned values. Okay. Back to sled. Wait, there are no errors? Huh. All right, before I go around messing that up, just want to capture that a work in progress piece. Okay. What next? Back to the test we were working on. So we had this find most recent page to transaction. I was going to test it. We have an archive. We can insert a number of things into here and then just get a range. The other one was in replicate. All right. It's unused. So just to reset where we are, we're inside of the server. The server is handling a request to the fetch databases endpoint. This returns some information, but it returns it in a stream. So we fetch some information ahead of time so that we can start looking for this information. We can return it out of order. It's okay. As long as all of the pages get there, we don't care how they get there, what order they get there, just that they get there. So we do all of our setup. Now we go looking for these keys in order to find the page data. Oh, man. So it's been a good stream. Lots of progress. I like the new interface for DB. That's working okay. So for every page, we spawn a task. Tokyo, yeah, it'll handle it. There's a lot of async happening, a lot of interactions going back and forth between TiKV. So we're going to make it all concurrent. Granted, this might not be multi-threaded, but if there's a network, if we're waiting on a network response, then other stuff can happen. So we have our transaction ID. So we found the most recent page to transaction. Now we need to get the data for it. But what if we didn't? What if there's an error? This is a result to an option. Then we have to bail. We have to return some sort or send an error. How do we send an error? Does it even support that data proto? Can we stream back an error? Maybe. Well, let's see. We always log loudly. I mean, hopefully it logged loudly. We just want lots of yelling if something happened in a bad way. Log error. Let's see. And this is fetch database. Did not find most recent or page is page number. What else do we want to give it? Transaction ID. What else? DB name. Oops. I think I have two quotes there. Map that error into some sort of tonic result, something or other. Oh, what does our sender want? Let's get out of that for a moment. Oh, we can send a result. We can send a tonic status. Okay, good. You know what? I don't like this. Um, let's do a match instead. So, starting to get a little gravel. All right. So there we go. Let's match it. Let, what in the world? Page transaction ID equals match. Okay. Summary namings, page transaction ID. We know it's not used yet. The error, on the other hand, all right. But what we need to do at this point, we're going to return because this task is done. If there's an error, it's done. But we need to send the sender. We need to send some error. Tonic status. Oh, what is our error? Invalid? I guess it depends on what the error is. Not found. This would be something where we couldn't get the most recent page to transaction. I think we go internal here. Finding page. Let's format this. For checksum. Something like that. What is a checksum? DB checksum. Do we need to copy that? Ah. Senders should be clonable. Unused result. Yeah, and if we can't send, that probably means the client closed the connection. And we return. But now we have a transaction ID. That page data does not exist. which causes sender to have oh, this should be okay. There we go. You don't want to make that for me? Come on. Rust Analyzer. You can do it. All right. So we're implementing this here. We need to get the page data. Key is equal to DB database page data key. Sure, why not? Shard DB name. Page number. Transaction ID. I think that's it. Yeah. And this is we have a result here. Let's just get rid of the type. We just give it usize. We don't have to convert it. All right. But now we have our result that needs to be handled. This is the part where we scream loudly with our logging and return. What should we say? That's very similar to all this. Hey, Sonny. How you doing? Could not find page data. Or page. I'm doing well. Almost to the end of the stream, I think. Once we get this function working, I'm gonna go probably terrorize the family with maybe a betrayal at House on the Hill or zombicide. Killer. That's a fun game. It's about a monster on a spaceship, and you have to figure out where it is. Okay. Page data. Ah. Oh, but this is the error. We want not that. We want something like so. We want this stuff for, but not. That's great. Okay. Could not get page data for the page, transaction ID, database name, shard in the air. Great. And if we can't do that, we have some internal state error because here we're handling error. All right. Now this is if it's a none value. There we go. That's a 404. Page data. What is your type now? A vector of U8s. Great. Unused result. Cannot send success to client. Okay. That's a lot. This should be extracted into something else. I think that's all the logic. Any errors? No errors. Let's give it a test. Something panicked. This one, yeah, we get that. This one, though, replicate 510. Like this one, but the index is 1. Ah, off by 1 error? Yes. So we resize to the specific. Okay. The pages are 1 base for SQLite. Ah, 13 to 14. What? Is our test code wrong? Test code wrong. Expected page count. Database page count. What does page count give us? Checksums length. Checksums. Are these 0 based? Do we... Oh, look at that. I think it's off by 1. Um, We're going to debug page number. And we should only do this for the one test. Let's adjust this. One, two, three, four, five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. There are only 13. Well, we found a problem. Who else uses database page count? Because this is wrong. Well, actually, this here is wrong. Is that where we are? Yeah, that's our tests. Interesting. Have we been doing too much here? Are we expecting to store page 0 as page 1? No, I don't like that. No. We do this all over the place. Should it be page 1 to page n? I wonder if page 1 is always. Bet this returns 0 or returns none. Probably returns checksums. I am disturbed that this appears to waste the first element. You want to replace old games that use buggy SQLite to see if they become stable. Interesting. Huh. Welcome, Spellcruncher. We have tests for all this. Set page checksum for 0, 1, 2. Are we just using it wrong? We have so much code that's already like using all this. I'm just struggling to satisfy my like disbelief that it could be broken. Like to like what's wrong with this code? We could see that they got back so many. Do we need to ask for page 0? Or did we just not ask for enough? Fetch database. Let's look in here. Fetch database request. This is generated. But it's here. It's in our loop. Must be 1 up to and equal to the page count. Boom, right there. How's it going? DaVinci Dev. I was missing. There's my off by 1 error right there. Doing pretty well. Doing pretty well. Where did 14 go? Could not find page 14. Huh. Well, it thinks it has 14 pages. We start at 0 then? We'll see if it will not find page 0. Oh, spell cruncher. Interesting. So your SQLite is getting slower and slower. Is the database size just growing? Is the wall log being compacted? What kind of journaling are you using? Attempted to subtract with overflow. Really? 511. Oh, here. Yeah. Oh, DaVinci Code. You wanted to do a SQLite copy in Zig, but don't know where to start. Yeah. Length is 0. Put the index is 0. Really? Resize to page number +1 then. Um, so DaVinci Code, there's actually an interesting blog post on how to re-implement SQLite. Is it this? Maybe. It might be here. No. I don't really care about limbo. There was an interesting post somewhere. Well, the limbo news seems to have clobbered it. I'm sorry. Elite Stomper, welcome. I'm not quite sure what you mean. Um, so you're working in the Rust game engine. How's that? This is not actually a game engine that I'm working on. Or maybe you're asking Spellcruncher? Oh, we did get page 0 back. Uh-oh. I don't remember offsetting those. That's not good. um, I think this comes back to our context. Context. It's here. When we create a database, we iterate over the pages. And I set the page here because we're enumerating. Ah, that's it. Okay, the problem is in our test code. So Spellcruncher, what operating system is is it using? Is that on Windows? So I wonder if there's a preload or something like that. Oh, Elite Stomper. I know that there's a Rust game, but not a Rust game engine. No, no, no worries, no worries at all. Today. I'm actually working. Here, watch your eyes. We're gonna load up MonoDraw here. Um, we're working on a new stack. Okay, a new application stack. So imagine that you could upload your application that uses SQLite to a service that would just scale it out. And it would do this by sending different kinds of requests to different places. Read requests would go to servers that handle the reads, and write requests would go to the writers. So when the write request comes in, your application uses SQLite. Our VFS plugin notifies the rest of the data plane system that there's a mutation. Mutation goes to data archive, which is what we're working on right now, and sends the result, or basically the updates to data plane on the readers. Hmm. So Spellcruncher, the longer you use it, the slower it gets with SQLite. Right, it sounds like there's just more and more data being added. I wonder. Now, of course, always back up your data. Make sure you have a backup of your data before you do anything to it. Okay. But you might be able to simply load it into a more recent version of SQLite and just commit it back, right? Just open it with it. Um, Maybe vacuum. There are some other things that you can do in order to do like a not really compaction. I, I don't think this docs has a dark mode. Um, but you could do a vacuum on the databases. So you can even get the older version of the database, SQLite, load it up, use vacuum on it, see if that helps at all. Right. Yep. So exactly, Elite Stumper. Going back to that, these machines would automatically spin up, right, the readers. So they would just pop into existence around the globe, wherever is closest to the user. And they would load the data. And then if, let's say it's a forum, right? You wanted to post some data, it would go to the writer. The request would be routed to the writer for that given database. And it would be then replicated back to the reader very, very quickly. And the purpose of it being in SQLite VFS is to be able to do that very quickly. If you have a copy of the data in memory as it's being written to the database itself. So you can shuffle the data to data plane, take the mutation, send it around. And we can have kind of a long-term storage, right? By having this archive server in the mix, you basically get a history of your database. It's archived in real time, right? Backed up always. Coming back to the code. So this is where the error is. Enumerate here makes these zero based when they are not zero based. So this DB page, okay, that's better. Well, thank you, Elite Stumper. Yeah, yeah, I get that might be difficult for companies to comprehend, but the goal is for them to not have to comprehend, right? Upload your application and we'll scale it for you. Need a database backup? And go to the web page. Right? Eventually, it would be nice if these applications could be, let's say, um, WASM or something like that. So you just upload a WASM file, right? And then the system just takes care of deploying it instead of being like a Docker file or something. Let's run this again. Now we should have 14, but they're at the right place because our test tool was wrong. And thank you for stopping in, Elite Stumper. Oh, Spellcruncher. Well, thank you for the sub gift. And congrats. All extra eyes. And thank you again. All right. right, so our test is now failing because off by zeros. Gotta love those. Cannot find page data for 0. Where else did we change? Must have been in replicate. Here. 1. Up to and including. Thank you, sqlite. 1 based. Oh, look at that. Okay. But we didn't have the same error. And didn't we do no capture? Where's our... We just want to test the happy path. .507. Interesting. For which page? Which page is that failing? Oh, that's not going to work. So we get the page number. And then when we're asking database page checksum DB from name. I might need to do an off by 1 here. So we should get the actual page number, like page 1, for instance. That's what I'm hoping to see. I should be bailing. Page 1, good. And with database page checksum, we need to do an off by 1 here. Oh, SQLite and your off by 1-ness for your page numbering. I bounced. The length is 1, but the index is 1. 511. Oh, so it passed. Ah, okay. It was off by 1 there. And here, and it worked. Let's snapshot that. Oops. A little too far. So at this point, data archive, it now has fetch database working. Wow. Okay. So what would be next? Probably add some more testing. Next one is here. Client request stream of oh man, of DB updates. Now these would have to be in order. And we would stream them a set of updates to apply. So this one tends to happen when you don't have a database. Right? You download it. When you have a database, but it's out of date, right? You can just stream all of the changes. Because in theory, it's a lot less data to move than maybe the whole database. I'm sure the archive server, we could build in some kind of know-how so that if a database is just really small and somebody asks for a stream of DB updates, we could just give it certain pages or something. Right? Like, oh, you just need these. Actually, now that we have this, oh wow, we could just get the latest page that happened within the range for each of the pages and send those. Because you don't need to get a page and get the same page again and again and again. You just need to get the last version of that page. Yeah. Okay. And there's two versions of this request. There's one that has an end, and then there's one that doesn't have an end. You say, "Oh, I just want all updates from this point forward." And in that case, we can't optimize. We just start streaming data. But in the other case, I guess we could still, right? We could know what the current one is, get the pages that they need to patch, get those applied, and start streaming changes that are coming in. Okay. Oh, I like it. I really like it. Before I forget, um, On the last update for each of the pages within the range. Like that. It does mean that SQLite could be out of sync until it applies the pages. So we need to make sure that that is okay. Something like that. Okay. By doing this, we guarantee that you would never download more than the database itself. And that gets you in sync faster. Okay, good. Lovely. Well, I'm going to putz around a little bit. Nothing too serious going on. I don't want to hop into that number 5 there until maybe tomorrow. No, tomorrow's Christmas. Yeah, not going to be streaming tomorrow. There we go. Love it. Um, hey, hey, dude named Ruby. How's it going? How do I get my lazy get layout with the stuff at the top? Guess I'm not sure what you mean. So in Git UI, lazy git. Where am I doing lazy git? I'm not sure where I'm using lazy git. Oh, okay. Status log branches, etc. This here, I'm using a tool called Git UI. Um, I think I installed it with cargo install Git UI. Looks like there's a latest version. So it's just using Get UI. And that's the top of Get UI. And Spellcruncher, Sword of the Stars 2, has SQLite 3.dll and SQLite 3 underscore buggy.dll in the bin directory. Well, if they are using SQLite 3's DLLs, oh yeah, you're welcome, dude named Ruby. So Spellcruncher, you might be able to just swap out the SQLite 3 DLL with a more recent one. SQLite is really good at being backwards compatible, but there have been some changes that could cause issues. But as always, back up everything before you make changes. Uh-oh, it didn't do it. Really? So surprised. Oh, do I need to do locked? Yeah, okay. You'll just reload the game on Steam? Alright, man. Let's see. Is it going to work this time? Will it blend? Alright, and while it's doing that, we were in lib. I wanted to see, is this here? So that needs to be filled in. What else? Find a most recent page to transaction. Should this be broken down? Get a range. Parse it. No. I think we're good there. Get databases. Ooh, replaced it. We got a minor version bump or patch version. Okay. All right, y'all. Well, I think I'm done for today. I'll give out a raid to someone. Yeah, if you feel like it, you know, follow, subscribe, like, whatever. Let's raid Future Highway today. They're doing Advent of Code. Could probably use some love. Mario. So, till next time, take care.